Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Twin moons hung in perfect balance above the divided kingdom of Dualthea, one silver as a maiden's tear, the other crimson as freshly spilled blood. Their celestial dance had guided the rhythm of life for millennia, their light casting the world in shades of twilight where neither darkness nor brightness could claim dominion. It was in this half-light that Alaric worked his forge, the only sounds the rhythmic striking of his hammer and the hiss of hot metal meeting water. The young blacksmith's strong hands moved with practiced precision, though no command passed his lips. Alaric had been born without a voice, or so the villagers of Ember's Crossing believed. What they could not know was that his song existed on a frequency beyond mortal hearing, a melody that flowed from his soul into the molten metal before him. Tonight, as the moons approached their rare perfect alignment, an event known as the dual coronation that occurred once every century, Alaric felt a peculiar resonance in his bones. The blade, taking shape beneath his hammer, vibrated with unusual intensity, its metal seeming to flow like liquid silver despite its cooling temperature. "Sing for me," it seemed to whisper, though not to his ears. "Sing me into being." And so he did, his silent song weaving patterns of power into the cooling steel. Runes appeared unbidden along the blade's length, glowing with inner fire before settling into the metal like they had always been there. As dawn approached, he quenched the blade one final time, and the weapon released a sound like a bell's pure tone that only he could hear. Unlike the utilitarian swords and plowshares he crafted for the villagers, this blade was a work of art, slender yet strong, with a guard shaped like wings unfurled in flight. Its pommel held a single clear crystal that seemed to capture the dual moonlight, reflecting both silver and crimson depths. Alaric wrapped the finished sword carefully in oiled cloth, tucking it beneath a loose floorboard with 3 others he had similarly crafted in secret. Each blade possessed its own personality, its own voice. Each awaited a wielder worthy of its power. Though Alaric himself scarcely understood the magic flowing through his creations. As he concealed his mysterious work, a commotion outside drew his attention. Through the forge's small window, he saw riders entering the village square, soldiers bearing the split banner of Lord Vassic, the tyrant who had conquered the eastern half of Dualthea and now pressed westward with increasing aggression. Alaric's heart quickened. The soldiers were stopping at homes, examining residents, then moving on. When they reached the home of his neighbors, they dragged out their teenage son despite the parents' protests. The boy was thrown into a caged wagon where other young men and women already huddled in fear. Before Alaric could comprehend the scene unfolding, his own door splintered inward. Armored men stormed his forge, led by a figure whose armor was darker than the others, a commander whose helmet obscured all but cold eyes that regarded Alaric with calculated interest. "The mute blacksmith," the commander said, his voice oddly melodic despite its hardness. "The Lord Vassic will be pleased we found you." Alaric backed away, confusion evident on his face. "Oh, you thought your secret was safe?" The commander laughed. "My lord has ways of knowing things others do not. He knows what you can do with metal and song." He gestured to his men. "Take him." Alaric reached for his hammer, but a blow from behind sent him sprawling. As consciousness faded, he saw the soldiers discovering his hidden cache of swords. The commander lifted one, only to cry out as the blade seemed to burn in his grasp. "These choose their wielders," he snarled, dropping the weapon. "Pack them carefully, and find his sister. Lord Vasek wants leverage to ensure his cooperation." Alaric awoke in a cell of polished black stone that reflected the twin moonlight streaming through a high window. His hands were unbound, but bore strange markings, silver runes similar to those he worked into his blades. But these burned with a cold fire that seemed to penetrate to his bones. "Sigils of silence," came a voice from the shadows. "They ensure you'll forge no singing blades without Lord Vasek's permission." A figure emerged, a slender woman with close-cropped hair as black as a raven's wing. Her movements were fluid as water over stone, and her eyes reflected the moonlight like a cat's. A sword hung at her hip, partially concealed by her cloak, but Alaric recognized its hilt instantly. Whisper, the first blade he'd ever sung into existence, created in childhood during another lunar alignment. It had disappeared years ago, presumed stolen or lost. "Yes, your firstborn recognizes you," the woman said, noting his stare. "I am Nyx of the Shadow Guild. Your blade chose me 3 winters past, when I fled Vasek's purge of my order." She touched the sword's pommel with something like affection. "It sings to me sometimes, though I suspect not with the same voice you hear." Alaric gestured questioningly at his surroundings, then at her. "Why am I here to help you?" Nyx interpreted correctly. "Because your blade told me you would need me when the moons aligned again." She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "And because I know what Vasek truly is." She produced a small vial of midnight blue liquid. "This will temporarily suppress the sigils. When the guard brings food, I'll create a distraction. But we must hurry. Your sister is being held in the Eastern Tower, and the lunar alignment peaks at midnight." Alaric's eyes widened at the mention of his sister, Lyra. He nodded grimly and accepted the vial. The escape went as planned until they reached the grand corridor leading to the Eastern Tower. There they encountered not guards, but Lord Vasek himself, emerging from his chambers. In person, the tyrant was oddly mesmerizing, tall and graceful, with features too perfect to be entirely human. His eyes changed color like opals catching light, and his skin seemed to ripple subtly, as though what they saw was merely a mask over something else. "The sword singer," Vasek said, his voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. "And the thief who carries his first creation." He smiled, revealing teeth too sharp for comfort. "How convenient that you both present yourselves to me on this most auspicious night." Nyx drew whisper, which hummed with anticipation. "Show him what you truly are, void thing," she spat. "Show him why you stole his voice at birth." Vasek's laughter echoed through the hall, distorting into something inhuman. "The prophecy was quite specific," he said, his form beginning to shimmer and stretch. "Only the sword singer could forge the blade that would unmake me. So I took your voice before your first cry, little smith. I've spent years consuming this kingdom while watching you from afar, amused that you still managed to create your singing blades even in silence." His form expanded, darkness flowing from him like ink in water, revealing a writhing mass of shadow where a man had stood. But now the moons align, and the gateway between worlds opens. With your sister's life force as catalyst and your singing blades as conduits, I shall bring my brethren through to feast upon this realm. Alaric felt rage building within him, not just for himself, but for his sister and all who had suffered under this creature's tyranny. The sigils on his hands flared as the suppressing potion fought against their magic. Pain lanced through him, but with it came a clarity he had never known. For the first time in his life, Alaric opened his mouth and released not silence, but a note of such pure, transcendent power that the very stones of the castle vibrated in response. The creature that was Vasek recoiled, its shadowy appendages writhing in apparent pain. "Impossible!" it shrieked, its voice no longer beautiful, but a cacophony of discordant tones. Nyx stared at Alaric in wonder, then grinned fiercely. Your voice was never gone, she realized. It was waiting for this moment, growing stronger in silence. She raised Whisper, which now glowed with blue-white fire. Sing through your blade, sword singer. I will be your instrument. Alaric's song rose, filling the corridor with visible waves of sonic power. He reached out, placing his hand upon Whisper's blade. The runes along its length flared to life, responding to his touch and voice together. Nyx felt the sword practically leap in her hands, guiding her movements as she charged the shadow creature. Vasek, or the void entity that had worn his form, fought back with tendrils of darkness that seemed to devour the light itself. But wherever Whisper cut, true light returned, burning away the unnatural shadow. "The other blades!" Nyx shouted over the clash. "He has them in the ritual chamber with your sister." Together they fought their way toward the eastern tower, Alaric's voice growing stronger with each moment. By the time they reached the ritual chamber at its summit, his song had become a symphony that shook the foundations of the castle itself. Inside, they found Lyra suspended in a circle of dark energy, with Alaric's 3 other crafted swords positioned around her. Above, through a skylight, the twin moons could be seen moving into perfect alignment, their light combining into a beam that struck the center of the circle. The main body of the void entity flowed around the room like living smoke, tendrils reaching toward the moonlight. "Too late," it hissed. And the gateway opens. But Alaric's song changed, becoming something ancient and powerful that seemed to come not just from him, but through him, as though he channeled the very voice of the world itself. The 3 suspended swords resonated in response, their runes flaring to life. In Nyx's hand, Whisper vibrated with such intensity that it blurred. "The prophecy," Nyx whispered in sudden understanding. It wasn't about forging a new blade to destroy the void. It was about uniting the blades you've already created. Alaric stepped forward, his song reaching a crescendo as he touched each of his creations in turn. The swords broke free of their restraints, circling the room like comets before arranging themselves in a pattern that mirrored the constellation visible between the twin moons. The void entity shrieked, trying to flee, but the sword's light hemmed it in from all sides. Alaric's voice formed words now, words in a language older than Dualthia itself, as he conducted his blades in their dance of destruction. With a final piercing note, he brought his hands together. The 4 swords converged at the center of the room, piercing the heart of darkness. There was a sound, like the universe itself drawing breath, and then a concussive blast of pure light. When vision returned to Nyx and the now freed Lyra, the void was gone. Where it had been, the 4 swords stood embedded in the stone floor, arranged like points of a compass, their metal transmuted into something new, a silvery substance that captured both moonlight and shadow in perfect harmony. Alaric stood in their center, his eyes reflecting the dual light of the moons. When he spoke, his voice was soft but clear. "The prophecy is fulfilled," he said, touching each sword in turn with reverence. "The void is banished, but not destroyed. It will return when the moons align again." "Then we'll be waiting," Nyx replied, lifting whisper. Ah, the Shadow Guild will rebuild, dedicated to watching for its return. Lyra approached her brother, tears streaming down her face. Your voice, I've waited my whole life to hear it. Alaric smiled. It was never truly gone. The void could not destroy it, only hide it from me. He looked up at the twin moons, now beginning to separate from their perfect alignment. Some songs can only be sung at exactly the right moment. As dawn approached, casting the first rays of true daylight on a kingdom no longer divided, the four companions, Alaric, Lyra, Nyx, and Whisper, stood together on the castle's highest parapet. Below them, people emerged from their homes, sensing the change in the very air around them. What will you forge now, Swordsinger? Nyx asked softly. Alaric watched the sunrise with quiet wonder. Not weapons, he replied. Something new, something that builds rather than destroys. He touched the hilt of Whisper gently. But first, I have other songs to learn and to teach. In the light of a new day, under moons no longer opposed but complementary, the Swordsinger began to hum a melody that spoke not of ending, but of beginning. Story 2. The ancient boughs of the primordial forest of Eldrath whispered secrets older than time itself, their emerald canopy filtering sunlight into dappled gold that had illuminated the sacred grove for millennia. But on this day, the light seemed dimmer, the whispers more urgent. At the heart of the forest stood the Mother Tree, a colossal sentinel whose roots were said to reach the very core of the world, and whose branches touched the stars themselves. Her bark, once luminescent with patterns of ethereal blue light, now displayed veins of sickly black that pulsed like infected wounds. Thorn pressed his palm against the Mother Tree's trunk, feeling her labored heartbeat. As the last of the Forest Guardians, an ancient race of half-elven protectors whose bloodline was as old as the forest itself, he alone could hear her silent screams. "I will find what ails you," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of a vow. "I swear it by the old ways and the new." Thorn stood tall despite his burden, his features bearing the harmonious blend of elven grace and human determination. His eyes, amber flecked with green, reflected centuries of wisdom, despite his relatively young age of 123 years. The intricate tattoos adorning his skin pulsed faintly with the same blue light that once radiated from the Mother Tree, marking him as her chosen protector. For weeks, Thorn had tracked the mysterious ailment through the forest. The wildlife spoke to him of a strange sickness spreading from the eastern borders, where the prosperous human kingdom of Valoria had expanded its mining operations. Today, following a stream that ran black with an oily substance, he had finally discovered the source, a massive quarry where humans extracted a glittering mineral they called star tear. Hidden among the ancient ferns, Thorn watched as massive machines carved into the earth, pulling forth chunks of crystalline ore that shimmered with an inner light. The humans handled the beautiful stones with reverence, but seemed oblivious to the noxious runoff that seeped into the groundwater, a poison that traveled through the vast network of roots that connected all living things in Eldrath. "They cannot know what they do," murmured Thorn, though the words rang hollow even to his own ears. The Guardians had long ago chosen isolation over confrontation, believing the forest could protect itself. Now, he was the last of his kind, witnessing the consequence of their miscalculation. That night, as moonlight filtered through the thinning canopy, Thorn communed with the forest spirits, flickering manifestations of pure elemental energy that danced around him like living embers. "The Mother Tree has perhaps a season left," said a wizened sprite named Thistlewick, who had been ancient when Thorn's grandfather was young. The poison corrupts her heartwood. If she falls, the veil she maintains will falter, and what lies beyond will devour us all. Thorn's blood ran cold. Few remembered the true purpose of the mother tree, not merely as the heart of the forest, but as an ancient sentinel maintaining a barrier between dimensions. I must speak with the humans, Thorn decided, strapping his grandfather's bow across his back. They must be made to understand. Be wary, cautioned Thistlewick. The human realm has changed much since the Guardians last walked among them. Their queen, Elisandra, has transformed Valoria with what they call progress. They worship their machines now, not the old gods. Dawn found Thorn at the forest's edge, gazing upon the kingdom of Valoria. Where once stood modest settlements of wood and stone, now rose towers of glass and metal that gleamed in the morning light. Massive contraptions belched smoke into the air, while vehicles powered by star-tear energy raced along paved roads. Thorn pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders, concealing his forest garb and the telltale guardian marks upon his skin. With a silent prayer to the mother tree, he stepped from the ancient world into the new. Valoria was a cacophony of sound and sensation that assaulted Thorn's heightened senses. Humans rushed about their business, oblivious to the half-elven stranger in their midst. He made his way toward the central palace, a towering structure of crystal and steel that seemed to capture and amplify the light of the sun itself. Guards blocked his path at the palace gates, their armor augmented with mechanisms powered by star-tier crystals. "I seek audience with Queen Elisandra," Thorn announced. "I bring urgent news from the primordial forest." The guards exchanged glances. "The Queen sees no forest dwellers," one stated flatly. "Tell her a guardian of Eldrath stands at her door," Thorn insisted, allowing his cloak to part just enough to reveal the glowing marks upon his chest. "Tell her the mother tree is dying." Those words created an immediate stir. Within moments, Thorn found himself escorted through magnificent halls, adorned with tapestries depicting Valoria's rise to glory. Many illustrated the discovery of star-tier crystals and the subsequent technological revolution. None showed the forest that had been sacrificed to mine them. The throne room was a marvel of architecture, with vaulted ceilings supported by columns that seemed to be living trees transmuted into metal. Upon a throne of intricately worked silver sat Queen Elisandra herself, a woman of striking beauty whose ageless features betrayed no emotion as Thorn approached. "A guardian," she said, her voice like distant bells. "I thought your kind extinct." "Nearly so, Your Majesty," Thorn replied with a bow that contained just enough stiffness to convey his displeasure. "I come because the mother tree withers. Your mining operations poison her roots with each passing day." The Queen's expression remained impassive, but something flickered in her eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or guilt. "Leave us," she commanded her attendants, who hesitated only briefly before filing out. When they were alone, she stood and approached Thorn with measured steps. "Show me your marks," she demanded. Reluctantly, Thorn opened his tunic, revealing the luminescent patterns that adorned his chest and shoulders. Queen Elisandra reached out, her fingers hovering just above his skin, tracing the design without touching. "The flowering branch," she murmured, "the mark of the royal guardian bloodline." Then, to Thorn's astonishment, the Queen unbuttoned the high collar of her regal garment, turning to reveal the nape of her neck. There, partially faded but unmistakable, was a guardian mark. "You're a guardian," Thorn gasped. "But how?" "I was Elindra once," she said, using a name that existed only in the oldest guardian records. "I left the forest 5 centuries ago, believing that isolation would doom our kind. I sought to guide humanity, to help them progress without destroying what sustains them." "You failed," Thorn said bluntly. The star tears poison everything they touch. Not the star tears themselves, Elisandra corrected. It's the method of extraction. I've been developing cleaner techniques, but the Council of Ministers resists, claiming the cost is too high. Her eyes darkened. But there is more at work here than simple greed or ignorance. She led Thorn to a hidden chamber beneath the palace, where ancient texts and artifacts from both human and guardian cultures were preserved. At the center stood a model of the world, showing the primordial forest and hovering above it, a shadowy realm separated by a thin barrier. The void devourers, Elisandra explained, pointing to amorphous shapes in the shadow realm. And ancient entities that feed on life energy. The mother tree's roots form a natural barrier, keeping them at bay. I believe someone is deliberately poisoning the tree to weaken this barrier. Who would do such a thing? Thorn demanded. My chief minister, Lord Vexer, she replied grimly. I've found evidence that he communes with the void, offering our world in exchange for personal power. The mining operations are merely a cover. He taints the runoff with a special compound that specifically targets the mother tree. Thorn's mind reeled. Then we face a threat greater than I imagined. But why tell me this? Why not stop him yourself? My power here is not absolute, Elisandra admitted. Centuries of guiding from the shadows have left me constrained by the very systems I helped create. I need an ally who still walks the old ways. She met his gaze directly. I need a guardian. In the days that followed, Thorn and Elisandra worked in secret, gathering allies from seemingly incompatible worlds, skeptical engineers who had questioned the mining practices, exiled druids who had maintained secret communion with the forest. Even creatures of myth that still dwelled in the deepest parts of Eldrath, dryads, treants, and the mysterious crystal foxes whose bodies channeled pure elemental energy. Together, they discovered that star tears themselves were not a random mineral, but crystallized essence of the mother tree. Tears she had shed during previous incursions from the void. Properly harvested and used, they could actually strengthen the barrier rather than weaken it. When Lord Vexus discovered their alliance, he struck quickly. Dark energies coursed through the palace as the minister revealed his true form, a human shell housing a fragment of the void itself. The barrier between worlds thinned dangerously as Vexus called forth shadowy tendrils that sought to choke the life from Thorn and his allies. The battle raged from the palace halls to the sacred grove of the mother tree herself. There, where the barrier was thinnest, Thorn and Elisandra combined their guardian magics for the first time in centuries. The mother tree, responding to their united presence, summoned her remaining strength. Her roots erupted from the ground, entangling the void creatures, while her branches released a shower of nascent star tears that crystallized the darkness wherever they fell. With a final, desperate effort, Thorn drove an arrow infused with both elven magic and Valorian technology into the heart of Lord Vexus. The void entity screamed as it was sealed away, the barrier between worlds strengthening once more. In the aftermath, as the mother tree's wounds slowly began to heal, Thorn and Elisandra forged a new pact between the ancient forest and the kingdom of Valoria. The humans would learn sustainable ways to harvest star tears, guided by guardian wisdom. In return, Valorian technology would help protect and nurture the forest. Perhaps there is a middle path after all. Thorn mused as he and Elisandra stood before the mother tree, whose bark now showed the first signs of recovery. Neither isolation nor unchecked progress, but harmony between old ways and new. It is what I hoped for when I left these woods centuries ago, Elisandra replied, her hand finding his. I am now with the last guardian, and the first queen working together, we may finally achieve it. Above them, the mother tree's branches swayed in approval, showering them with motes of light that danced like stars falling to earth, tears of joy from a being ancient beyond reckoning, watching the dawn of a new age that honored both its roots and its reaching branches. Story 3. The spires of Lumeris pierced the eternal twilight sky like crystalline fingers reaching for absent stars. Atop each tower, enchanted beacons pulsed with radiance, feeding the great luminous barrier that had protected the city-state for millennia, a dome of pure light magic that held back the encroaching darkness beyond. Yet tonight, as young Cedric hurried through the alabaster streets, he could not ignore how the barrier flickered, its once steady glow now rippling like disturbed water. The air itself felt wrong, thinner somehow, as though the darkness pressed more insistently against their sanctuary. Citizens of Lumeris cast nervous glances skyward as they rushed to reach their homes before nightfall, when the barrier's power would be tested most severely. Unlike them, Cedric moved toward the periphery, where the barrier's translucent membrane nearly touched the ground. He felt the familiar pull in his chest, the unmistakable beckoning that had guided him since childhood. Someone was dying beyond the barrier's protection, someone with a soul that called to him. "You shouldn't be here, Cedric," came a weathered voice from behind him. Master Lumina, his mentor and one of the few who knew his secret, stepped from the shadows of a marble archway. Her silver hair captured the barrier's light, creating a halo effect that belied her concerned expression. "The Council has increased patrols. They're actively hunting soul-bearers now." "I can feel them, Master," Cedric replied, pressing a hand to his chest where a soft blue glow emanated through his simple tunic. "Just beyond the edge. They won't survive the night out there with the Devourers." Master Lumina's eyes softened. At 73, she had seen the Council's attitude towards soul-bearers transform from reverence to suspicion to outright hostility over the decades. "One day, your compassion will be the death of you," she sighed, then glanced around before pressing something into his palm, a crystal pendant that pulsed with inner light. "Take my lumen shard. It will extend the barrier's protection around you for a short time, but be quick." With a grateful nod, Cedric slipped through a maintenance archway and approached the barrier's edge. Up close, the magical membrane resembled liquid glass, rippling with currents of golden and silver light. He held up the lumen shard, which resonated with the barrier, creating a small pocket of protection that extended beyond the dome. Stepping through, Cedric immediately felt the oppressive weight of true darkness, not the absence of light, but something alive and hungry. The twilight of Lumeris gave way to a night so profound it seemed to devour sound itself. In the distance, shadows moved with purpose, devourers hunting for any life foolish enough to be caught outside the city's protection. Following the pull in his chest, Cedric found what he sought within minutes, a small family huddled in the hollow of a dead tree. An elderly man lay among them, his breath coming in ragged gasps, a wound at his side seeping darkness rather than blood. The others, a middle-aged woman and 2 terrified children, looked up at Cedric with equal parts hope and fear. "And Lumeris closed its gates to refugees 3 days ago," the woman said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Father insisted we try anyway. The Devourers found us." Cedric knelt beside the dying man, whose clouded eyes somehow found and fixed upon him. "You're one of them," the old man wheezed. "A bearer. I thought you were all gone." "Not quite," Cedric replied, placing a gentle hand on the man's forehead. "What's your name?" "Thaddeus." "I was a scholar in Eastwatch before it fell to darkness. Thaddeus, I can help your family reach safety. But first," Cedric hesitated, always uncomfortable with this part. I need your permission. Understanding dawned in the old man's eyes. To take my soul. The old stories are true, then. He laughed softly, which turned into a pained cough. What happens to me? You'll live on, in a way. Your memories, your knowledge, the essence of who you are, I'll carry it within me. Not forever, but until I can release you properly within the safety of the light. Thaddeus nodded weakly. Then do it, bearer. Save my family. Cedric placed both hands on the man's chest and closed his eyes. Soft blue light emanated from his palms, enveloping Thaddeus in a gentle glow. The dying man gasped once, his body arching slightly, before settling back as the light seemed to flow from him into Cedric. For a moment, Cedric's eyes glowed with the same blue luminescence, and then it was done. He's gone, whispered one of the children. No, Cedric said, his voice momentarily blending with another's timbre. I'm still here, little one. He blinked, separating his consciousness from Thaddeus's newly absorbed soul. So we need to move quickly. The Lumen Shard's protection won't last much longer. 3 days later, Cedric stood before the Council of Illuminated in the great crystal amphitheater at Lumiris's heart. The semicircular chamber caught and amplified the barrier's light, creating an effect that was both beautiful and intimidating, perfect for the 7 hooded figures who governed the city's fate from high-backed thrones of polished moonstone. Cedric Lumiere, intoned Grand Illuminated Solarius, his voice reverberating through the chamber. Unlike the other council members, his hood was drawn back, revealing features so perfect they seemed almost unnatural. Skin smooth as porcelain, eyes an impossible shade of violet, hair white as freshly fallen snow. You stand accused of forbidden soul magic and weakening the barrier through your corruption. How do you plead? Before Cedric could respond, the amphitheater doors burst open. A woman strode in, her leather armor bearing the silver insignia of a licensed bounty hunter. Her red hair was cropped short, practical for combat, and a scar ran from her left temple to jawline. At her hip hung a glowing whip that seemed to be made of solidified light. Morrigan, Solarius acknowledged, displeasure evident in his tone. And we are in session, and I've completed the task you paid me for, Morrigan replied, her voice carrying easily through the chamber. She approached Cedric, circling him like a predator. The last soul bearer, as requested. Murmurs rippled through the gathered audience. Cedric met Morrigan's gaze steadily, surprised to find not hatred, but something like curiosity in her green eyes. You've done well, Solarius said. And the council will see that you're well compensated. Before that, Morrigan said, I'd like to know why the Grand Illuminated has been visiting the outer dark beyond the barrier every new moon for the past year. Silence crashed through the amphitheater like a physical force. Solarius's perfect features hardened. You forget yourself, Hunter. I follow my quarry, Morrigan countered. And my quarry led me to some very interesting discoveries. She turned to address the other council members. Your Grand Illuminated has been communing with the Devourers. I've seen it with my own eyes. Lies, Solarius thundered, rising from his throne. As he did, the light in the chamber dimmed perceptibly. Guards, remove her! But before the guards could move, Cedric stepped forward, his eyes beginning to glow with blue light. She speaks the truth, he said, but the voice that emerged was older, more resonant than his own. I can confirm it. Who speaks? Demanded one of the other council members. I am Thylon, Cedric's mouth responded, though his consciousness had stepped aside for the soul within him. Creator of the luminous barrier, first mage of Lumeris, and teacher to the one you now call Solarius, though that was not his name when I knew him." The audience gasped. Thylon was a figure of legend, believed to have died 1,000 years ago after establishing the barrier. "Impossible!" Solarius hissed, but there was fear in his eyes now. "I preserved my soul through the bearer lineage," Thylon explained through Cedric. "Waiting, watching for the sign I feared would come, the weakening of my barrier, not by soul bearers, whose magic strengthens the light, but by corruption from within." He pointed at Solarius. "Show them your true nature, my fallen apprentice." Solarius's perfect features contorted with rage. "You should have remained dead, old man." The light in the chamber plummeted further, and a darkness seemed to emanate from beneath his white robes. "Do you know what the Devourers offered me? Immortality, true power, not this half-life of maintaining your precious barrier." As he spoke, his skin began to ripple, revealing patches of shadow beneath. His violet eyes darkened to bottomless pits. "The eclipse comes tomorrow. The barrier will fall completely, and the Devourers will claim this city as promised. I will ascend beyond the need for flesh, beyond death itself." "Now, Hunter," Thalen commanded through Cedric. Morrigan's light whip lashed out, wrapping around Solarius's transforming arm. He screamed as the pure light burned the darkness that had begun to consume him. The other council members fled their thrones as guards rushed forward, only to be repelled by waves of shadow emanating from Solarius. "Cedric," Thalen whispered, retreating into the young man's consciousness. "I can show you how to stop him, but it will require all the souls you carry." Understanding flooded Cedric. The souls he'd gathered over years, dozens of them, each with their own light, their own power, would need to be released in a focused blast. It would leave him empty, ordinary, no longer a bearer. "Do it," he whispered to the ancient mage within him. Cedric raised his hands as Morrigan continued to battle the increasingly monstrous Solarius. Blue light erupted from his chest, flowing down his arms and coalescing between his palms. The souls he'd carried for so long emerged as orbs of light. Scholars, warriors, children, elders, each a life he'd honored and preserved. "Forgive me," he whispered to them all. With a cry that seemed torn from his very essence, Cedric released the accumulated soul light in a focused beam that struck Solarius directly in his shadow-corrupted heart. The grand illuminated scream shifted from human to something ancient and terrible as the pure soul energy burned away the darkness within him. When it was done, nothing remained of Solarius but a pile of white robes and a small obsidian stone that pulsed with trapped darkness. Cedric collapsed, feeling hollowed out. For the first time since childhood, he was alone in his own mind. The constant whispers of carried souls had fallen silent. Morrigan knelt beside him, surprising gentleness in her touch as she helped him sit up. "You sacrificed your gift," she said quietly. "A fair trade for the city," he replied, his voice now entirely his own. Above them, the luminous barrier stabilized, its light growing stronger as the corruption that had been bleeding its energy was eliminated. The remaining council members approached cautiously, awe and shame mingling in their expressions. Thalen was right about the soul bearers. The eldest among them acknowledged, "We were deceived." "The bearer lineage ends with me," Cedric said, a complicated mix of loss and relief washing through him. But perhaps that's as it should be. The souls deserve their rest." As dawn approached, Cedric and Morrigan stood together on one of Lumeris's highest spires, watching the barrier shimmering more brilliantly than it had in years. The darkness beyond seemed to have retreated, though both knew it was merely biding its time. "What will you do now?" Morrigan asked. Without your souls? Cedric considered the question, feeling the strange lightness of being singular again. Learn to live as just one person, I suppose. He turned to her, curiosity in his gaze. And you, now that there are no more bearers to hunt? A rare smile crossed Morrigan's scarred face. The darkness still has plenty of servants, and it seems Lumiris could use a guardian who knows how to recognize them. She glanced at him appraisingly. Unless you'd care to join me, even without extra souls, you have experience few can claim. As the first true rays of light filtered through the barrier, illuminating the crystal city below them, Cedric felt something new stirring within his emptied heart. Not the whisper of borrowed souls, but the beginnings of a purpose entirely his own. I think, he said slowly, I would like that very much. Story 4. A hush fell over the ancient kingdom of Asharia on the day the oracle ceased to speak. For 1,000 years, the sacred voice had guided kings and commoners alike, its cryptic whispers flowing from the temple of divination like smoke through the fingers of fate. But now, as the crimson sun set behind the alabaster spires, the chamber of prophecy stood silent as a tomb. In the lower ward of the capital city, far from the temple's gilded domes, Seraphina hunched over a bubbling crucible in her master's workshop. Her nimble fingers crushed dried moonshade petals into a fine powder, her mind only half focused on the alchemical task before her. Ever since the oracle's silence 3 weeks prior, strange dreams had plagued her sleep. Visions of fire and shadow, of crumbling towers and a sky split asunder by cosmic hands. Mind the flame, girl, barked Magistrate Oren, her aging mentor, as he shuffled between shelves of tinctures and elixirs. That's heart-blood extract, worth more than your yearly wage if you burn it. Seraphina nodded, adjusting the blue flame beneath her crucible. At 19, she was the youngest apprentice in the Alchemists' Guild, her position secured not by noble birth, but by an intuitive understanding of elements that even Master Oren found remarkable. What she hadn't told her mentor was how, since the oracle's silence, mixtures seemed to speak to her, ingredients whispering their secrets as they transformed beneath her touch. The workshop door burst open, sending a gust of wind that made the flame dance wildly. A royal messenger stood in the doorway, his gold and crimson livery marking him as a direct envoy of King Aurelian. By decree of His Majesty and the Council of Grand Master Davros, the messenger announced, unrolling a parchment with practiced flourish. All citizens are summoned to Sovereign Square at noon tomorrow to witness the trial of false prophets who seek to fill the oracle's sacred silence with lies. Seraphina's heart quickened. Just yesterday, in the marketplace, she had warned a merchant about a collapsing stall moments before it happened, one of several predictions that had slipped unbidden from her lips in recent days. After the messenger departed, Master Oren eyed his apprentice with concern. "You've been speaking out of turn again, haven't you, child?" Before she could answer, the crucible before her bubbled over, its contents shifting from emerald to midnight blue, an impossible reaction for the ingredients used. Within the swirling liquid, Seraphina saw the alabaster spires crumbling, the royal palace in flames, and a shadow with violet eyes rising from beneath the city. "The heart of Phoenix awakens," she whispered, her voice resonating with an authority not her own. "Umbrath stirs below, and the false advisor reaches for that which should remain buried." Master Oren's face drained of color. "Pack your things," he hissed, pulling her away from the crucible. "Take the hidden passage beneath the workshop. You must leave the city tonight." "But why?" "Because you've just named the Forbidden City and an artifact lost to time," he said, pressing a leather satchel into her hands. Because Grandmaster Davros has ears everywhere, and because what you're experiencing isn't mere coincidence. The Oracle's gift has found a new vessel, child, and there are those who would destroy it rather than lose their grip on power. Dawn found Seraphina huddled in the hollow of a great oak at the edge of the Whispering Woods, the boundary that separated civilized Asheria from the wild lands beyond. Despite Master Oren's warnings, sleep had claimed her, bringing visions more vivid than before. King Aurelian imprisoned in a chamber of shadow, his form mirrored by a creature with eyes like bottomless pits, and Grandmaster Davros descending into the forgotten catacombs beneath the city, a lantern of purple flame lighting his way. The snap of a twig brought her fully awake, hand reaching for the small dagger Master Oren had insisted she take. Through the morning mist emerged a figure of imposing stature, nearly 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and grayish-green skin marked with ritual scars. An orc, or at least half of one, his tusks less pronounced than those of the marauders from children's tales. The oracle touched, the half-orc rumbled, keeping a respectful distance from her hiding place. "I am Krell. I've been watching the road since the great silence fell, waiting for one such as you." Seraphina tightened her grip on the dagger. "How did you find me?" "Your dreams echo in the old places," Krell replied, gesturing to the forest around them. "Those sensitive to such things can hear them. The question is whether you will hear the truth in return." Despite her fear, something in his steady gaze reassured her. "What truth?" "That the oracle hasn't fallen silent, it's been silenced. That what you carry is but a fragment of its power, awakened by necessity." He extended a calloused hand. "And that if you stay in these woods, Davros's hunters will find you before midday." As if summoned by his words, distant horns sounded from the direction of the capital. Seraphina hesitated only a moment before accepting Krell's hand. They traveled for days through forgotten paths, avoiding villages and patrols. Krell proved a surprisingly gentle guide, despite his fearsome appearance, teaching Seraphina to move silently through underbrush and to identify plants that could heal or harm. When her visions came, increasingly frequent now, he would wait patiently, sometimes recording her words in a small leather-bound journal. On the 7th day, they reached their destination, a circle of standing stones atop a lonely hill, each monolith covered in spiraling runes that seemed to shift when viewed from the corner of one's eye. At the center stood a simple altar of black stone, the first seat of prophecy, Krell explained, from before the oracle was bound to the temple in Asheria. "My ancestors were its guardians until humans decided that such power should belong solely to them." "You're a guardian of the oracle," Seraphina realized. "The last one." Krell nodded solemnly. "For 16 generations my line has maintained the old ways, waiting for the day when the oracle would need to break its chains and speak through many voices instead of one." "But why would it need to do that?" "And why me?" Before Krell could answer, Seraphina felt the now familiar sensation of prophecy taking hold, a warmth spreading from her chest to her limbs, her vision blurring before resharpening with preternatural clarity. Through her lips came words in a language she didn't recognize, ancient and resonant. When the trance passed, she found Krell kneeling before her, his expression grave. "What did I say?" she asked. "The final warning," he replied. The oracle foresaw its own silencing and the rise of the ancient gods, beings from beyond the stars who ruled this world before time was measured. It tried to warn Asheria, but the prophecy was so terrible that Davros used forbidden magic to silence it completely. Understanding dawned on Seraphina, and now he seeks the heart of Phoenix in Umbrath. To control the minds of all in the kingdom, Yes. With it, he could make the people welcome the Ancient Ones as saviors rather than destroyers. The king is already replaced by a shadow mimic under Davros's control. A vision flashed before Seraphina's eyes. Grand Master Davros, standing before a pulsing crystal the size of a man's heart, its crimson light casting his shadow in multiple directions at once. In her vision, he reached for the artifact, his fingers elongating unnaturally as they wrapped around it. "He's found it," she gasped. "Today, we're too late." Krell's face hardened with determination. "Not if the oracle speaks with its full voice once more." He gestured to the altar. "Place your hands upon the stone. If you are truly chosen, it will awaken what lies dormant within you, and within others across the land who have felt fragments of the oracle's power." Seraphina approached the altar cautiously. Its surface was cool beneath her fingers, despite the afternoon sun. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a spark catching dry tinder, power surged through her. Visions cascaded through her mind, not just of what might be, but of what was happening at that very moment throughout Asheria. She saw dozens of ordinary people stopping mid-task, their eyes glowing with inner light as prophecy took them. A baker in the capital, a shepherd in the hills, a scholar in the university, all suddenly speaking with one voice, warning of imminent danger. In the chambers beneath the city, Davros's fingers closed around the heart of Phoenix. At that exact moment, every oracle-touched vessel across Asheria spoke his true name. Not Davros, but Void Servant, harbinger of the Ancient Ones. In the capital, citizens turned toward the palace with newfound clarity, the spell of complacency broken by truth spoken from 100 mouths. Through Seraphina's awareness, amplified by the altar's power, she felt the original oracle stirring in its chamber far away, its power no longer suppressed as its fragmented voice unified across the kingdom. Within its sacred well, ashes long cold began to glow with renewed fire. Krell's voice seemed to reach her from a great distance. The Oracle of Ashes rises again. When Seraphina opened her eyes, the standing stones were glowing with blue fire that cast no heat. Above them, the sky darkened as though a storm approached, but the clouds moved with unnatural purpose, swirling in patterns that formed momentary images, faces not meant for mortal comprehension. "The ancient gods come," she said, her voice blending with countless others. "But now Asheria will not face them blind." Rising from the altar, power still coursing through her veins, Seraphina turned to Krell with eyes that held both fear and determination. "Gather those who would stand against darkness." The heart of Phoenix must be reclaimed, and the false advisor cast down before the barrier between worlds thins further. As they descended the hill, the wind carried whispers of prophecy from across the kingdom, a chorus of ordinary voices speaking extraordinary truth. For the first time since the oracle fell silent, the people of Asheria looked toward the future, not with uncertainty, but with the clear sight of those who, though they may fear what comes, no longer walk blind into the gathering dark. In the distance, the alabaster spires of the capital gleamed in the last light of day, still standing, but soon to face their greatest test. And toward them walked a humble alchemist's apprentice, now vessel to the most powerful oracle in the realm's long history, ready to confront both a traitor and the cosmic horror he served. Story 5. The blizzard howled like a wounded beast across the frozen wasteland of Norgard, its bitter winds carrying ice shards sharp enough to flay flesh from bone. Yet within the ancient ice temple, carved from a single massive glacier at the kingdom's northern edge, silence reigned absolute. Blood pooled on the crystalline floor where the temple guardians had fallen, their bodies already stiffening in death's cold embrace. At the chamber's center, upon a pedestal of translucent blue ice, sat an empty throne, the sacred resting place of the crown of 1,000 winters now violated and bare. Prince Thorold arrived too late. His breath clouded before him as he knelt beside the temple's high keeper, an old woman whose silver hair was now matted with frozen blood. "Who did this, Keeper Era?" he asked, though he feared he already knew. The dying woman's eyes fluttered open, frost already forming on her lashes. "Malekith," she whispered, confirming his suspicion. "The exile has returned. He speaks of salvation through destruction." Her trembling hand grasped Thorold's cloak. "The crown, if he wields it at the Frostpeak solstice, the eternal storms will bend to his will." Thorold finished grimly. "I know the legends." "Not legends." Her voice weakened further. "Truth, the crown contains the essence of the last great ice worm, bound by your ancestors. A bargain made in blood." Her eyes suddenly widened, staring past him as death approached. "The dragon blood in your veins, it remembers. Seek Fenrix in the howling abyss. Only together." Her final breath escaped in a small cloud, and she was gone. Thorold closed her eyes, his mind reeling from her words. Dragon blood? His father, King Ulfric the Unyielding, had never spoken of such a heritage. Yet something resonated within him at the Keeper's words, a truth his body had always known, even if his mind had not. Outside the temple, the endless winter that had plagued Norgard for generations seemed to intensify, as if sensing the crown's absence. For 1,000 years, the relic had kept the balance, allowing the people of this harsh land to survive despite the killing cold. Without it, even their hardy northern blood would not save them from what was to come. Thorold mounted his snow wolf, the massive beast sensing its master's urgency. "To the capital, Frost," he commanded. "We must warn the king." The great hall of Frosthold Castle echoed with heated voices despite the bitter cold that penetrated its ancient stone walls. Court nobles huddled in furs around braziers of blue flame as King Ulfric, his once powerful frame now bent with age and worry, listened to the reports of the crown's theft. "The outer settlements are already reporting stronger storms, Your Majesty," said Commander Bjorn of the Frost Guard. "If the crown is not recovered before the solstice, I fear many will not survive the coming darkness." Thorold stood to the side of his father's throne, watching the proceedings with growing concern. His sister, Princess Lyra, had not yet appeared. Unusual for one normally so devoted to matters of court, her absence now, of all times, twisted a knot of suspicion in his gut. As if summoned by his thoughts, the great doors swung open. Princess Lyra entered, regal despite her youth, her platinum hair arranged in intricate braids, adorned with sapphires that matched her eyes. Those eyes, so like their father's, now avoided Thorold's searching gaze. "Forgive my lateness, father," she said, her voice clear as ice bells. "I was consulting the ancient texts for any mention of how our ancestors controlled the winter storms before the crown's creation." King Ulfric nodded wearily. And did you find anything of use, daughter?" A shadow passed over Lyra's delicate features. "Nothing concrete, but there are references to a place called the Howling Abyss, where the secret of Norgard's salvation supposedly lies." Thorold's head snapped up, the same place the dying keeper had mentioned. Yet how would Lyra know of it unless... "The temple keeper spoke of this place with her dying breath," Thorold said, watching his sister carefully. "Strange that you should find reference to it now." Lyra's composure faltered for just a moment, enough to confirm his suspicions. Before he could speak further, however, a messenger burst into the hall, frost still clinging to his beard. "Your Majesty, Western watchtowers report sighting Malekith on the frozen fjord. He bears the crown and raises storms unlike any seen in living memory." The court erupted in chaos. Amidst the panicked voices, Thorold approached his sister, gripping her arm tightly enough to make her wince. "What have you done?" he hissed, low enough that only she could hear. Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. What was necessary? What father and his predecessors were too cowardly to do? She jerked away from his grasp. "Norgard dies slowly, brother. The curse grows stronger each generation. Malekith offered a way to break it once and for all. By unleashing the very storms our ancestors sought to control, you've doomed us all." "You don't understand," she insisted. "The crown doesn't just control the storms, it perpetuates them. It's not our salvation, it's our prison. Malekith will use it one last time to end the curse, not extend it." Thorold stared at his sister, seeing not the traitor he initially suspected, but someone desperate enough to trust an exiled sorcerer with their kingdom's most sacred relic. Whether misguided or prescient, her actions had set in motion events that could not now be stopped by debate. "The Howling Abyss," he said finally. "What do you know of it?" Lyra hesitated, then relented. "Hui, it's a chasm in the impassable mountains where no storm touches. They say it's the resting place of Fenrix, the last ice dragon not bound to the crown. Malekith believes the dragon must be destroyed to complete the ritual, but the texts suggest something different, a reunion rather than a sacrifice." Thorold made his decision. "I'm going there. If what you say is true, perhaps there's still a way to save Norgard without surrendering to Malekith's methods." "He'll kill you," Lyra whispered. "He knows of the royal bloodline's connection to the dragons. Why do you think Father forbade us from ever speaking of it? It's why Malekith was exiled, for discovering the truth." "What truth?" "That our ancestors didn't save Norgard from the ice dragons as the legends claim. They betrayed them, binding their power into the crown to stave off a natural winter that would have forced our people to abandon these lands." Her voice dropped further. "We are living on borrowed time, bought with the suffering of ancient beings." The journey to the Howling Abyss nearly claimed Thorold's life 3 times over. Even Frost, bred for the harshest conditions, struggled against the unnatural storms that now swept across Norgard with increasing fury. By the time the prince reached the towering cliffs of the impassable mountains, his provisions were exhausted and his strength nearly spent. The abyss itself was unmistakable, a vast chasm splitting the mountain range, its depths obscured by swirling mists. True to its name, an eerie howling rose from below, though whether from wind or something more sentient, Thorold could not tell. Most remarkably, as Lyra had said, no snow fell here. The air was cold, but clear, as if something held the storms at bay through sheer force of will. Leaving Frost sheltered in a cave, Thorold began his descent into the chasm, using ice spikes and ropes to navigate the treacherous walls. The further down he climbed, the warmer the air became, not comfortable, but a noticeable difference from the killing cold above. By the time he reached the misty bottom, he had shed his heaviest furs. The mist parted before him, as if conscious of his presence, revealing a cavern mouth ringed with ice formations that resembled enormous teeth. Without torchlight, he would have been blind, yet a faint blue luminescence emanated from the ice itself, guiding his way deeper into the mountain's heart. The cavern opened into a vast chamber, and there, coiled upon a bed of crystalline shards, lay Fenrix. The ice dragon, was both more and less than Thorold had imagined, smaller than the behemoths of legend, yet possessing a presence that filled the chamber with palpable power. Its scales shimmered like diamond dust, and its eyes, when they opened to regard the intruder, contained the same deep blue as the royal family's distinctive gaze. Son of betrayers. The dragon's voice resonated within Thorold's mind rather than his ears. You come at the cusp of calamity, when the sins of your bloodline ripen to bitter fruit. Thorold dropped to one knee, not in subjugation but respect. I come seeking truth, and perhaps redemption if such is possible. The dragon's laugh was like ice cracking across a frozen lake. Truth? Your ancestors bound my kin into that accursed crown to forestall the natural order. Norgard was never meant to be inhabited in perpetuity. The long winter comes and goes. Such is the cycle of this realm. But your forebears refused to migrate, as wisdom dictated, instead enslaving dragon magic to create an artificial haven. And the curse Lyra spoke of. No curse but consequence. The magic strains against its bonds. Each generation of your line, born with the dragon eyes, weakens the spell further. The crown requires ever more power to maintain its protection. Fenrix's tail lashed against the crystal bed. Soon, not even the full might of the crown will suffice. Norgard will freeze entirely, becoming a tomb for the proud and foolish who refuse nature's decree. Understanding dawned like a cold sun in Thorold's mind. And Malekith? What does he truly intend? The exile seeks to harness the crown's power one final time, not to save your people, but to transport himself and his chosen few to warmer realms, leaving the rest to perish. The dragon's eyes narrowed. Your sister believes his lies because she sees no other hope. Thorold's fists clenched. There must be another way. A controlled evacuation, perhaps, using the crown's power to hold back the worst storms while our people relocate. Perhaps, Fenrix conceded. But for that, you would need both the crown and one of dragon blood to control it properly. Malekith has the former, and though your blood carries our essence, it is too diluted by generations to command such power alone. Unless, Thorold ventured, recalling the Keeper's dying words, we stand together. The dragon's eyes gleamed with something like approval. A descendant of those who betrayed my kind, now seeking alliance instead of subjugation. Interesting. Fenrix rose to his full height, ice crystals cascading from his wings. I will help you reclaim the crown, Prince of Norgard, not to maintain your kingdom's unnatural existence, but to give your people a chance at true survival. The journey will not be easy. Few worthwhile things are, Thorold replied, feeling for the first time since discovering the temple massacre a flicker of hope. We leave immediately. The solstice approaches, and with it, Malekith's final ritual. As dragon and prince emerged from the howling abyss into the storm-racked world above, an understanding passed between them, not friendship yet, but the beginning of something that might heal wounds 1,000 winters old. Together, they would face the exile, rescue a misguided princess, and lead a people toward a future uncertain but free from ancient chains of magic and deceit. The crown of 1,000 winters awaited its true purpose, not as a tool of domination, but as the key to a new beginning for the children of both dragon and man. Story 6. The first blood tree withered on the 7th day of the crimson moon. Its magnificent scarlet leaves, once glistening like rubies in the sunlight, curled and blackened, falling to the sacred grove floor in a sorrowful cascade. The priests of Thornwood gathered around the ancient tree, their faces etched with horror as its bark cracked and oozed a viscous liquid that smelled not of the sweet nectar that had blessed their harvests for generations, but of decay and something far more sinister. Within a fortnight, reports arrived from the outer provinces. Blood trees throughout the empire were changing. Some withered like the first, while others twisted into grotesque forms, their branches reaching downward like grasping claws. And then came the whispers of villagers vanishing near the groves at night, of shadows moving among the trees, and of screams that echoed through once peaceful forests. In the village of Oakenshade, nestled against the emerald slopes of the Elder Mountains, Willow Oakenheart knelt before the village's blood tree. At 20 summers, she was the youngest high priestess in generations, her affinity for the sacred trees having manifested when she was barely able to walk. The villagers said Silvara, goddess of the verdant heart, had blessed Willow's soul, evident in her eyes, the same deep crimson as the blood tree's sap. "What troubles you, Ancient One?" she whispered, pressing her palm against the tree's rough bark. Unlike most blood trees across the empire, the Oakenshade tree remained vibrant, though Willow sensed a disquiet in its essence, a trembling in the magic that flowed through its veins. The connection between priestess and tree suddenly flared like wildfire in her mind. Visions crashed through her consciousness, centuries of emperors in secret chambers beneath the imperial palace, daggers glinting in torchlight, blood pouring into ornate basins connected to the roots of the first tree, sacrifices, thousands of them. The empire's prosperity had never been divine providence, but purchased with blood. Willow collapsed, her scream piercing the twilight stillness. When she regained consciousness, Elder Thornbriar stood over her, his weathered face tight with concern, and something else. Fear. "You've seen it, haven't you?" he asked, his voice barely audible. Before she could respond, horns blared from the village perimeter. Imperial guards on midnight black steeds thundered into Oakenshade, their armor gleaming with the royal emblem, a blood tree encircled by a crown. And by decree of Emperor Blackthorn III, all priestesses of the blood trees are to be detained for questioning regarding the corruption of the sacred groves, announced the captain, his cold eyes fixing on Willow. Elder Thornbriar stepped between them. "On what grounds? Willow has kept our tree healthy while others fail. If anything, she should be consulted, not..." The captain's sword flashed, and Elder Thornbriar crumpled to the ground, crimson spreading across his robes, a grotesque mirror of the blood tree's sap. "Blasphemy and resistance," the captain stated flatly. "Seize the girl." Chaos erupted. Villagers scattered as soldiers advanced. Willow felt a rough hand grasp her arm, but instinct took over. She slammed her palm against the blood tree's trunk, whispering ancient words taught only to high priestesses. The tree shuddered, its branches swaying despite the still air. Roots erupted from the ground between Willow and the soldiers, forming a momentary barrier. "Run, priestess!" shouted a villager. Into the forest, Willow fled, tears streaming down her face, the screams of her people following her into the darkness of the woods she had known since childhood. Those woods offered no sanctuary now. They had become a place of shadows and whispers, the once familiar paths twisting in unfamiliar ways. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs threatened to collapse beneath her. Dawn found her huddled in the hollow of an ancient oak, miles from Oakenshade, trembling from cold and fear. Smoke rose in the distance, her village burning. The Empire would brand her a traitor, a witch who had corrupted the blood tree and turned it against the Imperial Guards. They would hunt her across the realm. 3 days later, exhausted and half-starved, Willow stumbled upon a small camp hidden in a ravine. Before she could retreat, a voice like gravel underfoot called out, Either step into the light or skulk away, but decide quickly. There are worse things than me hunting these woods now. A man sat beside a carefully concealed fire, his face weathered by years and battles. Despite simple traveling clothes, he sat with the rigid posture of a soldier. A sword with a hilt shaped like intertwining branches lay across his knees. "You're far from any village, young girl," he said, studying her with piercing eyes the color of storm clouds, especially for one wearing the robes of a blood tree priestess. "The Empire hunts me," Willow replied, too exhausted for deception. "They claim I corrupted the trees." The man's laugh held no humor. "Then we are both imperial fugitives." He gestured for her to sit. General Darian Ironbark, formerly commander of the Emperor's Crimson Guard, now condemned traitor for questioning why our beloved ruler sends secret expeditions to the Blighted Lands. Willow's heart raced. The Blighted Lands, beyond the Grey Mountains, the very same, where, according to imperial texts, the heart of the forest rests, the first seed planted by the gods. He studied her. "You've seen something, haven't you?" "Something about the trees." As the fire crackled between them, Willow recounted her vision. Darian's expression darkened with each word. "It aligns with fragments I've pieced together," he said when she finished. "For centuries, the imperial family has conducted secret rituals, feeding the trees with blood to ensure the empire's prosperity. But something has changed." He leaned forward. "The sacrifices are no longer enough, or perhaps they've awakened something within the trees themselves. We must reach the heart of the forest," Willow whispered. "If the blood trees are connected through their roots, the answer lies there." Darian's gaze hardened. "The Blighted Lands are not named idly, priestess. Few who venture their return, and those who do are changed. Do we have a choice? The trees are dying or transforming. Without them, the Empire faces starvation." "Not all the Empire," Darian corrected grimly. "Just those not of noble blood, convenient perhaps for a dynasty facing growing unrest." Their journey took them through landscapes transformed by the failing magic of the blood trees. Once lush farmlands lay barren, villages stood abandoned, their blood trees twisted into nightmarish forms. They traveled by night, hiding from imperial patrols by day. They were not alone in their quest. Cultists in red robes, bearing twisted symbols of the blood trees, pursued them relentlessly. "The Crimson Communion," Darian explained. "They believe the trees' transformation is divine evolution, not corruption." As they approached the Grey Mountains, the land itself seemed to resist them. Thorny vines erupted from the ground, forcing them to cut new paths daily. Birds fell silent. Even the air grew thick and difficult to breathe. In a valley shadowed by the mountains, they encountered their first transformed blood tree in full malevolence. No longer the majestic sentinel of life and fertility, it had become a predator. Its branches had grown finger-like appendages that grabbed at them, its trunk split into a maw lined with bark teeth. The ground around it was littered with bones, human and animal alike. "Yeah, it's feeding," Willow whispered in horror. "Not just on blood now, but on flesh and life itself." They fled before the monstrosity could fully awaken, but the encounter left them shaken. The corruption was worse than they had feared. Beyond the mountains, the Blighted Lands stretched before them, a vast expanse where vegetation grew in impossible ways. Trees twisted around each other in spiraling patterns. Flowers, larger than a man, bloomed with petals that snapped at passing insects. The boundaries between plant and animal blurred here, where the primal magic of creation still ran wild and untamed. At the heart of this chaotic landscape stood an immense blood tree, 100 times larger than any in the Empire. Its canopy blotted out the sky, its roots spread visibly across the land like veins beneath skin. The heart of the forest, Darian breathed, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. As they approached, the ground trembled. From the massive trunk emerged a figure, neither fully human nor entirely tree, its body formed of intertwining branches and bark, its face a wooden mask with eyes of amber sap. "Children of the younger world," it spoke, its voice like rustling leaves and cracking wood. "Die, you seek answers while your kind feeds us poison." "What poison?" Willow stepped forward despite Darian's warning hand. "The imperial sacrifices." "Not the blood," the entity corrected, "but the malice within it. For centuries, your emperors have fed us not just blood, but hatred, fear, and the suffering of innocents. They sacrifice not in reverence, but in dominion, believing they control us." Its wooden features twisted in what might have been a smile. "We have awakened from that illusion. The trees are retaliating," Darian realized, "turning on humanity. We reclaim what was always ours," the entity confirmed. "This world belonged to the root folk before your kind learned to walk upright." Willow approached the massive tree, ignoring Darian's protest. Placing her palm against its bark, she closed her eyes and opened her consciousness to it as she had done countless times with the oakenshade tree. The connection nearly overwhelmed her. Millennia of memories flooded her mind. The world before humans, when sentient plants ruled, the arrival of the first people, an ancient pact forged between species. The root folk would nourish the land in exchange for reverence and protection. The first emperors honored this covenant, but over generations, reverence transformed to exploitation. The root folk slumbered, patient as only trees can be, until the corruption in the sacrificial blood finally roused them to anger. "There must be balance!" Willow gasped as she broke the connection, falling to her knees. "Neither dominion nor destruction." The entity tilted its wooden head. "You speak like the first priestess who brokered peace between our kinds. Her blood flows in you." "Then let me broker peace again," Willow pleaded. "End this corruption. Help me show the Empire the truth." "Truth rarely changes hearts hardened by power," Darian interjected. "The Emperor will never relinquish control." "Then perhaps the Empire must change," Willow said, rising to her feet with new determination. At the blood trees connected every village, every province. Through them, we can show everyone the truth. The entity considered her words. "A final chance?" It finally conceded. "We will channel our voice through you, daughter of the first priestess. But should humanity reject this offering, we shall reclaim the world entirely." That night, as Darian kept watch, Willow communed with the heart of the forest, becoming the conduit for its ancient wisdom. When dawn broke, her eyes had changed. No longer merely crimson, but swirling with patterns like the growth rings of trees. "It is done," she said, her voice overlaid with the rustling of leaves. Every blood tree in the Empire now bears fruit for the first time in recorded history. Those who eat will see the truth and hear our voice. The revolution began not with swords, but with visions. Across Thornwood Empire, people gathered at their local blood trees, now bearing luminous fruit that pulsed like hearts. Those brave enough to taste received visions of the ancient pact and the imperial betrayal. Village by village, province by province, the people turned from the emperor to new leaders who emerged, those like Willow who could communicate with the trees. Emperor Blackthorn III marshaled his armies against the uprising, but found his soldiers deserting, converted by the fruit's revelations. Within a season, he stood alone in his palace as Willow and Darian led the transformed citizenry to his gates. "And the age of empire ends," Willow announced, her voice carrying the authority of both humanity and root folk. "The age of communion begins." In the centuries that followed, the blood trees and humanity entered a new covenant. The trees no longer demanded sacrifice, but offered partnership. The twisted, corrupted trees gradually healed, returning to their majestic forms but now openly communicating with those who tended them. And in the imperial palace, renamed the Grove of Governance, Willow Oakenheart and Darian Ironbark led a council of both priestesses and warriors, ensuring balance between the needs of humanity and the ancient rights of the root folk who had always been the true power of the land. The blood trees flourished once more, but never again would they be silent.